Let's test. Alright, it's back.
Operator,
What is up, guys?
it's from Fortuna.
Allied Faye selling the latest in asset security. Conduits. Put the key in, and you can pull the shut.
We have a small little bird with us.
You've got to wait to open. Something happens to the conduit before you can pull the goods.
Oh, yeah, you're so small. You're a small bird.
Also, the bleeders Allied sold the tech to will try to kill you.
You're a small bird.
Give that console the old bypass so we can get this thing started.
Yes, you're a small bird.
Fishers, you need them to open a relic, but are you confident you can withstand their fury?
You're a small bird.
Your
Yes.
regular bolt job. Allied Faye
You're
sells
small.
items with interference routines specifically designed for the tunnel. Things might get a little weird. Conduit keys are carried
Ooh.
by high-ranking muckety mucks. Knock them down. See what they've got.
You're so small.
Fisher, defend yourself and use reactive to open relics. Collect reactant to open your relic. Be aware, only corrupted enemies will drop their food. Don't forget the reactant. You need more to open that relic.
Fuck.
Demo unit's on its way.
You're a small bird. What you are.
The relic has been cracked open. Finish your mission to find out what's inside.
Demo unit coming in fast. That thing blows and you can kiss the conduits goodbye. Demo unit incoming. Don't let them near the conduit.
I'm supposed to be almost indestructible with all my minions. Alright, tree. Alright, 5, 6, 7. There we go.
Open them out. Taking a squared away. Right, same again.
We're going.
All right.
You need more reactant if you want to open that relic.
Eye open, sunshine. Here we go. Next burst, same as a first. Mind you don't get flanked.
What's next?
Get comfy, dreamers. One of our own believes they are the equal of our foe, and baby, they are acting like it.
Demo units looking to depart this mortal coil and take you with it. Keep it clear of that conduit.
Nice.
Heading in with an incoming routine. How's that feel?
Well done, Tenno. Your relic is open.
Alright, it's getting a little hairy. One more round, what'd you say?
The bird is getting crazy on the back. He's like,
Safety's off. We kicked a clown car. Here we go. All of the old ultra violence. Keep her back to the objective, old mate. Lock it down till she pops.
it. You opened the relic. Finish your mission and we'll take a look inside.
Oh.
Hear that beeping? Demo unit's on its way. Routine subverted and you're juiced. Nice. Should have been a boffin. Missed me call. The longer we stick around,
Ooh.
we'll get our
Ooh, that's a lot of Q there.
Still, with great stupidity comes great reward. What do you reckon?
I'm just gonna pick Kuva. Because Riven, I just drop them everywhere and they just double the resources, so it's kind of like dumb to just pick one.
Right. They're back. And they're well pissed off. About you for more of those what's-its, interference routines, demo units too. Demo units need to depart this mortal coil and take you with them. Keep it clear of that conduit.
You have collected enough reactants to open your relic.
Why is old Alad calling you lot betrayers anyway? Oh, no man. Give another kick at a conduit.
Oh my fucking god, this is bad.
Can't do anything about that last interference routine. You'll just have to wear it. Maybe I can catch the next one.
Fuck.
Demo unit coming in fast. That thing blows and you can kiss a conduit goodbye.
That's it. You opened the relic. Finish your mission and we'll take a look inside.
Conduits about to reset. Feeling lucky?
Damn, that fucking sucks, dude.
Lock and load. Right, they're having a go. Keep the demos away from that conduit. Looks like Alex was so keen to make the sale he didn't close every back door. Greed makes a person lucky at shop, remember that? Enjoy the boost.
Five reacting.
You have collected enough reactants to open your relic.
Demo unit incoming. Don't let them near the conduit. Getting a little hot. Gloves are coming off.
Yes! Baby! We're playing the long run, guys.
Wakey, wakey. Here we go. That due for all of those interference routines, demo units too.
31 million, not bad.
Well done, Tenno. Your relic is open.
Demo unit incoming. Don't let them near the conduit. Why's no allied call you lot betrayers anyway? Oh, no matter. Give another kick at the conduit. Right. They're back. And they're well pissed off. Next burst, same as a first. Mind you don't get flanked.
I use mobile data to watch stream. Yeah, I pay extra just to talk to you. What's up, Goodzo?
Beating in with an incoming routine. How's that feel?
How's been your day, dude? I mean, we just started the day, didn't we? Yeah, 11 a.m. I've been chopping trees all day, my hands are shaking, I can barely type. That's crazy.
The relic has been cracked open. Finish your mission to find out what's inside.
You need to eat protein. It's gonna give you this repair your tissues. Let me reduce the volume of my game really quick. There we go. Because right now I'm screaming like crazy.
About to reset. Feeling lucky?
I do, but it's just exhausting. I need to get firewood for the winter. Dude, you know what? This is one of the best thing is like you're just near the fireplace and you just chill and watch TV with your family. This is fucking crazy. Yo, I got 3 ribbon silver sliver.
Wakey, wakey. Here we go.
Right now I'm farming for the red thing. You see the red little kuva? This is what I'm farming. I need like I'm gonna need like 1 million of that. Just to make sure I can do my builds and shit. $150. Yep. Ah, fuck.
It's so keen to make the sale, he didn't close every back door. Greed makes a person sloppy, hotshot. Remember
This team,
the boost.
no, just just Warframe. I'm hooked to this game a lot this time. I might play Subnautica, but I'll see. If you know Subnautica a bit. For a while it's gonna be Warframe because I love this game a lot. What game do you want me to play? Oh, okay, okay. Yeah, Subnautica is good. The second one is good. Did you heard of the drama with Krafton? You know Subnautica has been bought by Krafton? And they had a deal where, you know, they need to pay the dev like 250 million or something for finishing the game. The third one, that is. Yeah. They're a bunch of piece of shit. They didn't stand to their words. But to be fair, 250 million doesn't even cover the two games like together. Does that make sense? Like each game made 70 to 50 million dollars. So 120 millions. So they were willing to pay the guy triple the amount of the both of the double the amount of both of the game reunited. But they have to follow through the deal though, because it's a contract. They are obligated by the law to follow through the deal. They're stupid as fuck. I'm pretty sure the owner of Krafton is just your normal CEO trying to make a buck out of like... You need to also... Yeah, apparently Expedition 33 is like really fucking good. It's a really good game. All right. Whoa, whoa! The bird is on me right now. Damn. Birdie bird. Oh, I didn't know that. I thought it was a AAA game. That's crazy. That's crazy then. What the fuck? Okay, birdie bird. Oh, shit. My friend kept recommending me the game. And if you actually like... it will be surprised how good it looks. Expedition 33? No, I saw a snippet of the game. It looks really good.
Open the relic. Finish your mission and we'll take a look inside.
Ah, shit. I don't know the game enough to like, you know, have like some kind of conversation about the game, but I know it won one of the reward, the video game. I know a lot of people don't like Expedition 33. Because it won the game reward or something. I don't give a fuck. Honestly, these kind of people are really... They're really sad. Is it free to play or it's... how much does it cost? I'm gonna check if it's in sale. I'm gonna try it. I just gotta be careful with the achievement. I don't want to put a game where the achievements are like impossible. That's something I'm really careful about. Yeah, this is pretty expensive. Not that I don't think it's worth that, just saying it's expensive as like it's expensive, you know? No, not that it's not worth the price. Right now, the Steam server are like... Probably, dude. I don't see... Honestly, I don't see the value of money the same way. I'm more like a guy like... I'd rather put my money like in investment and shit. Not that I'm not against the game or anything, it's just if I really want to buy the game, I need to be like really stable financially. Like I need to be over... And since Canada is like... We're like going to a recession, it makes no sense for me to buy a game at 50 US. No sense. We're going down.
The relic has been cracked open. Finish your mission to find out what's inside.
Routine subverted when you're juiced.
But yeah, we're pretty much cooked in Canada. It is what it is. I'm lucky because I don't live like I don't live in like the low end. I'm more in the middle class. So it's I'm kind of lucky on that. A lot of people's gonna suffer. Let me tell you that. Trove. Trove is the first game I got into. I mean, Minecraft. Why more Minecraft, yeah. Minecraft is the first, and then there's Trove. It's like a shitty ass game with a like it's not a good game.
Ultraviolet. Keep your back to the objective, old mate. Lock it down till she pops.
But Minecraft is big. Big as fuck. Trove. It's like your slop RPG, like it's really sloppy. It's really like design. It's like, you know, Warframe. Yes, there's a lot of pay to win stuff in it, but Trove is like more designed for this. It's more aggressive, let's say, in terms of like you buy a bunch of shit and there's always fake deals and stuff like that. You know what? Give me 2 seconds. I'll just okay. It's not a good game. Like honestly, I've tried to play it again, and it's not. It's this game. I really try again, just to make sure, like, maybe they made the game better and it's more interesting. It's not. It's just not good. I'd rather play a game like Warframe with more complexity. So when it got out, it used to be a good game, alright? Because it was out. And everybody was like, okay, nice, it's free, you can play with your friend, whatever, whatever. Yeah, show me a picture of your GameCube, buddy. Little bird. I had to stop collecting video game because of the state of Canada right now. Just to make sure I'm gonna be financially okay when the recession is gonna start. What I'm gonna probably do is I'm gonna start local communities. I'm gonna make website, and it's gonna be people exchanging with each other at low cost. So we actually try to boycott big businesses. Because right now big businesses has a big N on our economy, and it's bad. It's really bad. It really fucks up Canada a lot. So we have to like start working together as a community and not just, you know, buying stuff from these fuckers, you know, that really just care about money and how their financing is going to be in the end of the month, you know. They don't really help the community, they just profit and then they reinvest on their personal well-being. So we gotta fight that. And in the United States, it's even worse than that. It's double worse, triple worst. So, yeah. We'll make sure to be careful. Nice. I wonder if it... Oh, by the way, I got the achievement. Nice. 350, let's go. Nice. Okay, give me 2 seconds. I'm just gonna collect the reward really quick. It better be good looking. It better be a Pokemon XD edition. If it's not, it's cooked. Alright, let's see. into Gunjunya. Yo! And it's... Oh, the condition is actually good. Why are your... One of your controller doesn't look like the official one? You're a scam artist. You don't even have the original controller. Wow, that's crazy. Guys, look at this shit. Can I show it on stream? I don't want like to people, you know. Oh. Alright, give me 2 seconds. I'll just protect myself to not get fucked. And collect the reward because I need to have all the reactant. Alright, only one reactant and I'm good. I actually know where they got this purple one from. It has always weird and didn't like it. Yeah, it's not an official one.
Fiddling with an incoming routine. How's that feel?
Well done, Tenno. Your approach is over.
Okay. Guys, look at this. Look at this fake ass. Wow, I can't believe. Look at this. I'm gonna take this one. Wow. But the GameCube looks cool. What is this? Hulk? Oh, you have Super Smash Bros. You have like the, you know, the cover? I don't know, I don't remember the name in English. The thing? Okay, Shadow is expensive. Shadow is 100 bucks in Canadian. Super Smash Brothers is I think $80, but it might have increased since. Mario Sunshine is $60 Canadian. And Pokemon Colosseum, I think it's around the 200. The Pokemon are always more expensive. But you need the complete in box. If you don't have the complete in box, or if the game is crashed, the price gonna lower. If you miss a part, it's gonna lower even more. You need to have all the parts. So the manual, the cover, and everything. Something is missing, price goes on.
Won't be looking that Cupidon in the mouth.
So the cover, I mean, like, look at the stream. This right here. That's the cover. That's the box. Yeah, the box. The box and the manual needs to be inside. If one of them is missing, your price is going down a lot. The plastic? Okay, so yes, the price is gonna increase. But okay. What do you mean the plastic? Is that the box? Complete in box, yeah. That's the box, it's called the box. I remember now. I'll show you my collection in a few seconds. I just need to... Oh yeah, no, that's fine. You're good. I mean, if you had the plastic over it, like the brand new plastic, technically it will increase the price even more. But the problem is, sometimes people fake it, so it's now kind of like, yeah, people don't gamble with that anymore. I mean, no, maybe they do, but I personally don't. I don't like when it's brand new. It's just, it doesn't feel right. I feel like there's something that's gonna go wrong, you know? I don't trust. Alright. But I think it's gonna be this wave. I think I'm gonna ask to extract. Maybe another wave for the fancies. No, but it's always fun to know the value of your items. I personally maybe gonna start selling when the hype is gonna be really, really, really high. Like I bought Pokemon XD for $300, complete in box with the poster. And I plan on maybe selling it for 500 or 600 when it's gonna be really high in hypes. Yeah, to make it work, if your disc is scratched, you need a machine that costs like maybe like $500. But it works with a lot of disc, you know, like it's not just one disc. Like it's a machine, and it kind of like scratch the disc, but it scratch it to make it like even on all the flat side, and it make it work again. I will, if I were financially like stable, I will 100% buy this machine for any time. Like it works on any disc. So like DVDs, PlayStation 5, PlayStation 4, GameCube, on any disc. And it really like just scratch it to the point where it's even on all the on the surface, and it makes it work again. But there's one downside. Is you can only do it 1 or 2 times. The GameCube should be worth around $80 to $100, from what I remember from Facebook Marketplace. On eBay, maybe a little bit more because of the fees. Fees are really a big. Oh, by the way, eBay. Honestly, like if you make an eBay account, be careful because my brother had a Facebook eBay account, and basically he put a double authentication, right, with his phone, and he changed his phone recently, all right, and these motherfuckers, their security suck ass. So usually when they add a double authentication, you have some kind of like backup code or something like that like allows you to, like, if you write it down on paper, to retrieve this double authentication, right? But now, since he changed his phone number, doesn't have access to the account anymore. He has the password, but he needed the second, like, you know, the second pass. So he calls eBay. And these dumbass said that they cannot do anything about it. Even though his address is there, his name is there, his legal name, his credit card, all the information that you can verify with him. So they're just really incompetent. But now it's not just the only problem, right? Oh, I bet it is. You want to see the Trustpilot review on eBay? When I've learned about that, I was so pissed, dude, because on his eBay, he probably bought like 30 to 40 items, and that's a lot of items. I'm gonna show you Trustpilot eBay. Oh. This is crazy, dude. I didn't even know they were that bad, dude. That's crazy. I'm gonna check your eBay in a few seconds. What's the trust pilot? If it's... Yeah. I was so pissed. Yeah. I'm gonna look for your thing. Give me just a second. Oh, it's worst! You suck! Wait, is that the right like, is it the right thing or it's another thing? It's worst! I don't think it's the right one. There's no way. That's... How can you beat eBay? Yeah, I don't think it's the right one. I think it's another one. It's another business. Software company. It doesn't look like eBay, like, you know? Oh, whoops. It sucks! Oh my god! Alright. No, I think it's the right shit. No, I think it is the thing.
We kicked a clown car. Here we go.
I believe you, I believe you. Well, actually, I don't. I'm gonna trust Pilot over anything. Even though Trustpilot has not his... Like, I honestly think it's a good business when you're not the 1%. And that's the 1% that just makes the reviews, you know? It's always the little 1%. Like me, I'm the 1% of eBay, you know? But I pulled out of my ass. So I don't know if it's 1 or 5 or 10 or 50, like I have no fucking clue. All I know is that there's 3,000 reviews and it says it's bad, so it's kind of like, you know? eBay has... okay, to be fair, eBay does have more reviews, you know? I believe you, I believe you, I believe you. But is that the right business? Is it the right one or it's another one? Did I saw the N word for a second? Oh shit.
mission to find out what's inside.
BEK. I'll check. They should really just put ads. So they put ad and they finance like the customer support. But I don't think people are gonna like that. You don't want ads when you shop. Actually, Facebook does have ads when you go on Marketplace. I remember. Pick, you said? BEK? Free pick?
Eyes open, sunshine. Here we go.
Where's my...
Next verse, same as a first. Mind you don't get flanked.
I want a coffee! I want a coffee! The one I'm in right now? Free pick? That's a good reviews. It sure is better than eBay and ULX. Oh, I won't say that. I won't be saying that. Don't say that because there's people like me in this that actually complain for the good reasons, you know?
Alex was so keen to make the sale, he didn't close every back door. Greed makes a person lucky, not short, remember?
And it's also good to have haters, you know? If you don't have haters, where are you gonna upgrade, you know? I'm not saying you should satisfy everybody, but like, it always gives you a hint on where you should upgrade, and if it's stupid, you just don't listen, you know? But you gotta understand your people, you know? No, I do understand that. That I know.
The longer we stick around, the more likely we'll get our asses handed to us. Still, with great stupidity comes great reward. What do you reckon?
Okay, they want to do another round? Alright, I guess. I'm almost running out of relics. Hey! Well, good day for you too, man. Thank you for... Shit. Thank you for standing by, dude. Really appreciate it.
Here we go.
So hungry.
You know, last year he made a pretty banging video on Honey, the browser extension. Now, again, in the last couple hours, he actually made a follow-up to that, part 2 of 3, really, and maybe 4 at this point, given what I've been seeing, of Honey, the extension, and its shady practices. Now, I think you're on the right track when you literally have scenarios where companies like PayPal, the people that bought Honey for, I believe, $4 billion, yes, that browser extension that saves you money is suddenly worth $4 billion. We'll get to a lot of that and why. Yeah, suddenly they're trying to take down, or have actually taken down videos, at least on places like Patreon. So, to give you an idea, I always am the firm believer, and I say this to anybody that's investigating things, anytime a company or somebody tries to sue you, you're probably on the right track. Any asshole that's tried to sue me over an investigation, usually I know that I'm actually onto something. And to be real with you, anytime somebody does try to sue you, even if it's like a YouTuber or a multi-billion-dollar company, at some point you have to dig both feet in the ground and fucking take that shit to the end. But again, obviously, ladies and gentlemen, to whittle it on back, Megalag released a video called Honey Targeted Minors and Exploited Small Businesses. So actually, I don't really want to talk about this video and just kind of recap it. I actually have my own perspective about it, but to give you just a sort of quick TLDR in this situation, I do highly recommend you watch his 52-minute long video. There's actually a lot of juicy, good stuff here, actually mind-boggling. Some of the stuff I didn't even know existed. But of course, for anybody that doesn't know, Honey last year was basically caught, exposed by Megalag in this disgusting practice of basically affiliate link swapping. So for instance, a lot of your favorite YouTubers are probably sponsored by a specific company. For instance, me, I am sponsored by GamerSupps. I love GamerSupps products. I put this stuff, I drink it in water. Sometimes I even mix it with my coffee just so I can have that double dosage attack. All right, it really is just that good. Now, if you go to GamerSupps, one good flavor they've got, lemonade, ladies and gentlemen. If I had an affiliate link over here, I actually do have a code. You can go over here, enter in my code. But some YouTubers had affiliate links. So you go to the description, you click on a certain product, it takes you to a page. And all this stuff kind of happens in the background, right? You get sent to a link. That link basically attributes the sale to the YouTuber. Now, what Honey was alleged to be doing in this situation was through their extension, they would swap out the affiliate code or the affiliate token at the time of checkout so that they would be the one that gets the sales commission, and the YouTuber that actually sent you to that product would basically get a fucking goose egg. It's an insanely disgusting and disturbing practice that actually threatens the entire online sort of e-commerce and influencer ecosystem, right? And again, obviously, you might be like, wait a minute, hold on. What if Honey grabbed a code, like CodeSog, for instance, gave it out to everybody? Wouldn't that be good for you, Muda? Wouldn't you be making a lot of money with people using your code? Actually, yeah, I probably would. Because then, to sites like GamerSupps, codes like this are utterly meaningless. If you can't use these codes to track specific campaigns, ultimately the whole venture becomes kind of fruitless, right? It's a long rigmarole, and ultimately, at the end of the day, one of the big things that came out was obviously Honey was kind of digging through a whole bunch of different coupon codes. Some coupon codes they probably shouldn't have had. Coupon codes that were meant for, friends, employees, huge savings that nobody should have grabbed. And ultimately, it meant that when Honey grabbed these codes and started giving them out to everybody, small businesses would actually lose, in some cases, about $100,000. It would be absolutely terrible for a small business. And some big businesses could be able to weather the storm, but Honey was a predatory model, allegedly, for pretty much everyone in this case. One thing that I didn't notice about this entire situation was ever since this Honey situation dropped, there's been a lot of businesses that have sparked up, like Vigilance, for instance, where in order to protect your online store from coupon code leaks, you actually could go here and serve as the coupon code blocker, okay? It's that insane of an industry. And because Honey is such a successful business model, at least, at the time, and probably still is, there have been tons of other extensions that have come up. For instance, Capital One has their own extension. For instance, you can have the Capital One shopping tool, which basically is Honey, and you can just add it to your browser right here, yada, yada, yada. And it does the same sort of thing. Now, obviously, in a lot of these cases, it has been alleged by influencers and people in this space that, yeah, all these companies do is just basically take our affiliate links, throw them into the trash bin, and replace it with theirs. It's to a point where even when I was watching Megalag's video, one of the things that blew my mind was apparently Microsoft's Edge browser would also do the same thing with something known as their coupons feature. Now, ultimately, one of the cool things that I saw about Microsoft Edge, thankfully, was that apparently, I guess they retired this feature, which was introduced back in 2020. I didn't know this because I'm not an Edge user, but to look into it, at Microsoft, we're always working to ensure we're delivering the highest value shopping experience for people. As part of a regular review, we've discontinued the coupons feature. I don't know if it's part of a regular review, other than the fact that there have been actual lawsuits, some of which have been really good for influencers in terms of judgment, and some rulings have actually been pretty bad, but we'll get to that towards the later section too. Ultimately speaking, Honey is one of those extensions that I think is actually a net negative. Now, I've never saved money through Honey, and I've also never taken one of their sponsorship deals simply because I've always found the application to be kind of shady. I always wondered, how would an extension like this actually make money? And it turns out the way that they allegedly make money is pretty shitty. But the other thing that kind of caught my attention over here, which wasn't super duper of a shock to me, but it's something that I want to talk about, is the amount of data that apparently Honey has been collecting. So one of the actual researchers that Megalag linked to was datarequests.org. Now, datarequests.org is a site that I do know. There are people that have an interest in data privacy and basically educating people on how much a lot of these applications, browser extensions, just any website actually tracks your data. So Honey, the extension you use to save money on the internet, turns out they were grabbing more information than they actually should have. So to give you an idea, these are two fellas who used their relation, being in the European Union, and allowed them to actually use and take advantage of a set of laws known as GDPR. Now, I talked about GDPR before, but GDPR basically allows you to request your data from a lot of these companies and basically see beyond the veil. It's a great set of laws, and one of the few things when it comes to technology that I think the European Union has absolutely smashed the rest of the world on. Benny and Malt actually used the GDPR in this, which was they specifically called the right to data access. So basically, it allows all the consumers to demand a copy of the data companies have actually saved on them. And it makes it possible to verify what a company's statements are. So if you don't trust what a company is doing with your data and you live in the EU, file a right to data access request, and then you can get the answer for yourself. Again, I wish these kind of laws existed mostly as well in North America, but maybe one day we'll get there. Right now, we're still trying to make sure privacy and encryption are still protected. but different story. So for these two individuals, what they did was they basically found out that data collection if logged in with an account. So this is the first thing that they saw. Let's say that you go to Honey, you sign up, they're probably going to get you to join with Apple, maybe join with an email, maybe actually create an account. So you can use Honey with or without an account, but let's say that what happens if you make the account? So according to this situation, one of the actual files they ended up getting in this GDPR request was pageviews.csv. And of course, the name, as it implies over here, contains a list of page views. So from mid-February 2020 to May 2020, this happened all the way back then, way before Honey became sort of this big deal. It contained 2,591 entries, so pretty insane. Now, of course, you could see that obviously the entries are timestamped, so exactly when this token was created, when this entry was made. You could actually see what store the user was looking at. So they would identify which country, they would identify which, label. So for instance, Logitech in Germany, which is where the store was. They would actually, again, grab it from the extension. They would get all these IDs. And of course, ultimately, they would find, obviously, your location, your language, the operating system of your device. So for instance, Windows 10 over here, in fact, down to which browser you were using. Now, of course, this is pretty standard information. Now, out of all this information that's collected over here, of course, Honey is sitting on what I would consider to be a treasure trove of information for any user when it comes across looking at what their shopping situation looks like, right? Like, for instance, if you want to know somebody's shopping habits, Honey probably is sitting on just, I would consider $4 billion worth of information, I guess, according to PayPal at least. So, according to the researchers over here, Honey knows, based on the information that is collected, that Benny looks at an iFixit guide on how to swap the DVD lens on a Wii. He views the details for his AliExpress order, and again, they actually have the full number of the express order. And remember, depending on which site you order from, sometimes an order number can give some pretty sensitive information throughout. Then, of course, down the road, you can see that Honey knew at this point that the guy was on Airbnb looking for an entire accommodation as well. He also was at an Apple support page as well too, figuring out how to reset the iPhone. He was interested in a CC BY license, he was looking at Fabric UI frameworks at Microsoft, and he's apparently also a member of a Microsoft family account. He watched the documentary Scanning the Pyramids via the streaming provider CuriosityStream. He signed up for the service only a half hour earlier, having been recruited by YouTuber Tom Scott. Again, it seems like Honey, beyond just trying to save you money, is actually tracking almost every single behavior pattern that you have on the internet, which again is creepy in every regard. No extension, no application should be looking and grabbing all this information to you. It shouldn't happen. Now, of course, what's also interesting is the data collection without an account. I imagine most people probably don't make a Honey account. Some people probably just download the extension and move on with their life. Honey also collects the same data from people who just use the extension without registering for an account. For Malty, the accessing his data was actually harder. He first answered to his request, which explicitly mentioned that he hadn't created an account, but simply used the extension, just told him that they didn't find an account linked to him, and thus were not able to comply with the GDPR request. So obviously, these guys wanted to look a little bit deeper and not listen to whatever Honey said. Basically, Honey was like, hey, we don't have your account, we can't give you information. So according to these individuals, they were able to confirm that the extension sends an EXP value for every event it reports back to Honey. This value looks something like this, FF12, 63841, yada yada yada, and contains the browser CH for Chrome and FF for Firefox. And when he started to show this to Honey, Honey was like, okay, fuck it, they got us. So then they processed the GDPR request, and here we go. The extension reports back the same events and history is incredibly dangerous for one reason and one reason only, in my opinion. And that is that Honey knowingly did actually advertise to minors. Now, Megalag goes through a pretty good showcase as to how Honey did this. For instance, they partnered up with Mr. Beast, and Mr. Beast, as you can imagine, has a pretty young audience in a vast majority of the cases. And there were even advertisements where Mr. Beast is out there going, hey, listen, if you've got like a sister, brother, yada, 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 go install Honey on their systems.
I have a challenge for all of you. Go to every computer in your house, your mom's, your dad's, your sister, your brother's computer, and install Honey.
Now, there's a lot of laws in the United States, in Canada, anywhere in the fucking world that says, hey, we should probably not advertise things to children without involving parents and express permission. And when it comes to data collection, even in the United States, there are laws like COPA, for instance, which really prevent a lot of companies from grabbing information from users under the age of 13, which I can imagine a pretty substantial amount of Mr. Beast viewers are probably at. In fact, according to Megalag's research, it seems like a grand chunk of the actual affiliates were from Mr. Beast's campaign as well, too. So it seems like knowingly they did actually go target minors. And that, I believe, is actually very illegal in certain jurisdictions. Like when you look at what data they collect over here, they straight up do tell you during the registration process, they collect your name, email, IP, device's unique ID, member password, yada yada yada. And of course, ultimately, internet activity is also mentioned over here, so the type of device you're using, operating system, browser type, event stamp, error logs, information about the retail sites, information about pricing, name of retailers, and page views. But in amongst all of this, what they're not going to tell you is that, yes, they can build a footprint of your entire internet history from their extension, which should not be okay. So they say that they are not going to sell personal information to third parties or share personal information for cross-context behavioral advertising. But they do say we may disclose information with our service providers, businesses that work for and with us, for the purposes of running PayPal Honey and fulfilling our commitments to you. So I just assume using the actual extension, right? The traffic that needs to be done in sort of that like place. Now, if somebody does choose to buy Honey Science LLC or PayPal, which obviously somebody could if they were to be merged, acquiesced, or in a similar corporate transaction, you'll just be notified with an email and maybe some choices you can make as a result. Again, you really have to trust a company like this, and given how they treat, affiliate extensions and browser extensions and affiliate marketing, I think trust is kind of a foreign concept in this entire space of business. When it comes to extensions, for instance, right, like if I open up the extensions on my browser here, like I use Brave primarily, obviously the only extensions that I have, one for just general use here is like Honey, just for the investigation side of it, but I'll quickly remove it. Obviously, I'm not a big extension guy, as you can imagine. They only have Plasma integration, and that's because it's built into my operating system. So I use KDE as a desktop environment for Linux. All this does is basically puts like my download progress bar or like some notifications onto my actual operating system notification tab. I can actually remove this if I want to or completely disable it, but ultimately the reason why I don't have a lot of extensions or themes is because I don't really feel safe installing any of these extensions, and it's not just Honey. There's plenty of other extensions out there. I showed you in this video Capital One Shopping. I wouldn't install any extension that has the ability to just read your page and harness all this information. One good example of browser extensions that absolutely spy on users came back in 2019 when Avast and AVG browser extensions, so for anybody that doesn't know what these are, you probably have these installed on your system. They're generally free antivirus solutions. They also have paid options, but a lot of these platforms provide you extensions that you can install onto your browser. So extensions like Avast Online Security, AVG Online Security, and various safe prices. But ultimately, one of the creepiest things that was happening was as users were using these extensions, they were grabbing things like, again, the full URL of the page you're on, a unique number that was absolutely attributed to the user that could be used to track you across multiple websites, page titles, refer URLs, how you even landed on that page to begin with, country code, browser names, operating systems, yada yada. The goal of this is to build an online historic profile on you that can be used to identify your patterns on the internet, similar to what Honey was alleged to be doing by the two researchers. And again, the thing about these extensions is this is not uncommon. A lot of extensions, just the nature of them being able to access and view what you're doing on the internet, can grab information you probably don't want to be grabbed. This is one of the reasons why I don't use any of these extensions to begin with. And ultimately, I feel like more people need to kind of wake up to this stuff because, again, what you do on your web browser is incredibly important and in a lot of ways is incredibly private. You should never be sitting there and installing extensions that really don't help you at the end of the day, but rather just grab more information than you need to. You know, a lot of people will say, whatever, everyone spies on me, who gives a shit? But the thing is, there's a difference between, you know, a lot of malicious governments, organizations, internet service providers doing this, and then you willingly giving up your information without really knowing. I mean, should you trust any company with this? Should you install extensions like this onto your family, your kids, even their systems, and, you know, have them be spied on by scumbags like this? That's a question you should really ask yourself. Again, you can verify and see this for yourself in the actual developer settings. So for instance, if you just do Control-Shift-I and you can read through again what these extensions are doing, you can see that they're sending requests back pretty actively to servers that are run by Honey. And again, even if they ask you for information, like according to Megalag's video, when he was entering in like random, when he was entering in like coupon codes, and Honey would be like, hey, can we have your consent to store this information? Without him giving a yes, the actual extension apparently already sent the information all the way over to their servers. So a lot of these, you know, extensions never really ask you for consent in an appropriate manner. In fact, they ask you for consent, I would say, in a more cosmetic fashion, rather than actually asking it for the sake of asking for consent. And here's the thing, right? It's not just Honey that does this. Anytime you install any extension from the Google Play Store, even something that is verifiably safe, has the capabilities to grab as much information as you could honestly imagine. And I think ultimately, at the end of the day, one of the biggest places, one of the biggest points that I think anybody can target, and I think Megalag should keep this in mind, is that you should probably be looking at Google and App or any like extension store for that matter. You know, because ultimately, one of the biggest ways that Honey is able to spread itself is through these actual extension stores. And if the extension store can basically remove any of these extensions that are harvesting information, especially information from minors, without a care in the world, those things should be removed. I consider those extensions, especially something like Honey, if it is actually grabbing all this information, to be genuinely malicious. And therefore, I think it shouldn't be. I think it's honestly fucking malware, to be honest with you. I think it's not just malware. It's more spyware, if anything. Now, ultimately, at the end of the day, one of the big issues with this Honey lawsuit, or the Honey situation that's going around, is that the lawsuits are kind of, I would say, a bit hit or miss. So as I was researching for the lawsuits, and this is something that I was looking at over the course of the year, it's more now, like towards November, December, that apparently, according to some firms, PayPal is actually kind of winning in certain cases. So for instance, according to Wendover Productions versus PayPal, apparently it seems, according to the cliff notes over here by this law firm, the plaintiffs, influencers who engage in affiliate marketing, contend that when shoppers who use Honey's made online purchases, merchant commissions that they were allegedly entitled to would be diverted to PayPal instead, based on the industry standard last-click attribution system. So following an oral argument by Rich Jacobson, this guy it seems, the court on November 21st agreed that PayPal, that the plaintiffs failed to plead injury traceable to Honey, and that the plaintiffs also failed to plead facts showing they were entitled to the commissions to begin with. In addition to the lack of standing, the court agreed with PayPal that the complaint failed to plead any federal statutory or state business tort claims. And you can read these dismissals for yourself too, like for instance, this order to dismiss, which unfortunately was granted to PayPal, shows that ultimately, I guess the judge said that you just couldn't prove that you were entitled to the money to begin with. I mean, I don't understand, maybe it's a lack of technical understanding, but if you're an influencer that literally led your audience to click an affiliate link, people clicked on that link and the actual affiliation attribution got like replaced by Honey's extension, that's pretty clear cut, I would think. Not so much in terms for this actual case. So according to this judge, maybe PayPal's not the enemy. And that's a really shitty part about the law, is that sometimes it really is just a fucking coin flip. Like, even if you think you're in the right, you could just absolutely have your case thrown out. It's just insane to me that multi-billion-dollar companies like PayPal, hell, multi-billion-dollar companies like Microsoft can get away with some really scummy shit, and ultimately the average person just has no recourse. In some ways, you could say that crime, it's always been legal as long as you can pay the fine, right? As long as you can pay the cost, if anything. So according to Capital One's shopping extension, it recognizes and follows industry rules and is aligned with its advertising partners. The proposed class action involved affiliate marketing, where creators promote content through links, yada yada yada. Creators said Capital One's extension made it appear at checkout as though shoppers made purchases from merchant sites after clicking referral links from the bank. They said this let Capital One collect millions of dollars in commissions that belong to bloggers, influencers, YouTubers, and other creators. Just imagine you're a fucking bank like Capital One. And you're just scrounging the millions of dollars. It's like Microsoft. You could be one of the biggest tech companies in the world, but greed has no boundaries. So in June, a district judge, Anthony Tringa, refused to dismiss that case, finding it plausible that Capital One knowingly overrode those codes, such as cookies, that showed shoppers had seen the creator's content. And this is where you get into things like standing down, which I'm going to leave for Megalag because he has a pretty scathing review of the lack of standing down, rather, from Honey, allegedly coming, I think, in the next few days. Now, I think at the end of the day, I don't know about legality. Again, I'm not a lawyer in this situation. I think there's plenty of internet lawyers that are covering this stuff, and they're able to provide much more substantial expertise, obviously, in this situation. But I just think this is one of those situations where, like, obviously, because it's the internet, because affiliate marketing is kind of a confusing web for some people to get into, I think ultimately the end one can argue that, hey, if you've got the power, right, if you've got the browser extension, for Microsoft, if you've got the literal operating system level browser that has these functionalities built in, are they not entitled to replace these tokens? Because ultimately, I guess they can. Like, is there even like a law that prevents them from doing so, right? And I think lawyers can kind of argue this back and forth, but it's going to be one of those things where I feel like these extensions are going to become more of a nuisance. Already it's a nuisance for e-commerce providers, it's a nuisance for like YouTubers and everyone in general, but I think going in forward, right, like they're going to have to really rein them in, at least when it comes to changing these affiliate processes. I think the other thing that needs to be discussed a lot more is the amount of data that is actually collected from them. There is no reason the Honey extension, and I believe if Honey is doing this, I think obviously every other shopping extension is doing similar things as well too. There should be no amount of excessive tracking like this involved in processes like that. And I think really for the user, you should wake up. Are you really saving an insane amount of money on this? Ultimately at the cost of giving up.
It's 5 a.m. I got a butt full of poop, but I cannot peel myself away from the computer to go take care of that business. I'm refusing nature's call, and it's not insomnia that's keeping me awake right now. We are in the middle of what I believe to be an actual big development here in the Epstein case. CoffeeZilla just made a video talking about this, as well as giving instructions on how you yourself can get your hands on this latest dump of documents that wasn't supposed to go out yet, but had been accessible to people savvy enough to get their hands on it, and now it's been disseminated. And these are some documents here that I imagine they were probably going to do a little bit more to hide some names and hide certain elements of, because, hooey, boy howdy, I imagine Trump and a lot of the elites are doing this right now. Yeesh. There is some big stuff in here, and I'm not saying that sarcastically this time around. Yes, the vast majority is still like hundreds of pages of completely blacked out, redacted garbage, like it's completely useless. But some of them that they didn't get a chance to go through and just, fucking banish to the Shadow Realm has eye-opening stuff that directly contradicts a narrative that the government's been running with for a while.
Here's what that looks like. It's volume 8 of the files, but you can see right now that they've only released 7 data sets. And so myself, the guys at Jmail, and the guys at Dropsite, we've been investigating this. I've partnered with them to kind of look at some of these files. And they got access to volume 8 early. You would just type it in the URL. It wasn't like indexable on search, but you could just type in the specific URL and it would just come up. You could download the entire zip file, and that's what we did.
Before anyone tries to cry foul questioning the authenticity of these documents here, this is the actual volume 8. They just made it accessible by pure accident because everyone that seems to be working at the highest level is actually like a thumb-sucking fucking brain-dead moron.
Specifically, I want to draw your attention immediately to the 10 co-conspirators that are mentioned in some of these emails in 2019. Now, this is just alarming stuff because prior to this, remember that all we really had was Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. That's the only people who have ever faced any charges at all. Ghislaine Maxwell, the only one who actually faced consequences, right? But in 2019, apparently there were 10 co-conspirators. Now, the people who were sending this to and from have been blacked out, but at the bottom we see that this is the Violent Crime Section, Crimes Against Human Trafficking Unit.
That is huge information, especially when you consider clowns like Kash Patel saying that there's no evidence that Jeffrey Epstein was trafficking victims to others or anything like that, making it seem like it was a solo operation and Ghislaine Maxwell, you know, was second fiddle and that's it. And also Maxwell, worth remembering, isn't exactly facing the harshest of punishment. Not real justice there now that she's at a summer camp prison for a little bit, petting service animals. So I want to also make a side note. Kash Patel needs to be in jail. Like, he literally needs to be arrested. I don't know why perjury isn't something that's taken seriously anymore. There is irrefutable evidence Kash Patel has lied on record about this case. It's crazy that he just gets to do that with pure immunity. But I won't start shitting and spitting about that too hard right now. The important thing about this piece that CompuZilla is highlighting is that we now have information that confirms that authorities were looking into other co-conspirators in this operation. Co-conspirators that clearly they must have dropped the leads at some point. They stopped sniffing around, said not worth pursuing, but at one point they did have other co-conspirators and apparently quite a bit of information on them, as the documents seem to hint at and reveal and talk around. So, what the fuck happened, and why are they now pretending that there aren't co-conspirators when we now have hard proof that there was, and that they were pursuing for however brief a time?
And additionally, some of the details on this are revealed later because we see this subject line. It says co-conspirators at the top. And it says, blank does not need to head out. We made contact with blank last night in New York City. Blank last night in New York. Contact was made with blank, blank, and blank. By the way, I love how these potential co-conspirators are people who are being blacked out. Like, why? I thought the whole point of this was you couldn't redact people for personal information reasons or for public embarrassment. You could only redact on the basis of it being a victim. And I'm not sure how these people could possibly be victims here.
Epstein Files Transparency Act prohibits redactions, quote, on the basis of embarrassment, reputational harm, or political sensitivity. Has anything been redacted on that basis?
Absolutely, positively not.
Liar, liar, plants for hire. His nose about to grow fucking 5 feet with that big old fib. This is inarguable that they are redacting names of people that aren't victims here. As CoffeeZilla points out, these are co-conspirators. The evidence is overwhelming. There's no wiggle room here, no way to weasel out some kind of explanation for why these would be justifiably censored and blacked out and redacted. These are clearly not victims. This is about the co-conspirators. So there should be no exceptions made. Their names should be revealed here in these documents, but they're not. It's been redacted. Why? Who are they covering up for? And why? This is illegal. You cannot do that. And this is inarguably them redacting names of people that are not victims. It's craziness, and it's so blatant, it's right in your face. Like, the proof is in the pudding, and yet I know people are going to deny it still. It's fucking unhinged. There is no world where you can spin a narrative here where these redactions and these places make sense, because there's no way that what they're talking about right there can possibly be minors or victims. These are co-conspirators that are being protected. That's fucking insanity.
But anyways, you can see that it says attempts were made to Blank and Brunel. That's Jean-Luc Brunel, the famous who's now dead. Blank is confirmed to live in New York, was away for the holiday weekend. We did not have a good address, but an attempt was made in New York. Attempts are made to Maxwell today. Blank, you get it. Like, it's all the people they suspected this whole time are redacted, of course. And they say, I do not know about Ohio contacting Wexner. Now, that's a reference to Les Wexner, the former CEO of Victoria's Secret. This is huge. We've long suspected that he was, of course, one of the co-conspirators. And obviously, the fact the FBI suspected it isn't a 100% proved confirmation. But clearly, they were serving grand jury subpoenas. I mean, that must be who they're talking about, one wealthy businessman in Ohio, because later it's confirmed by this whole idea of Ohio contacting Wexner.
Even though most of the names are redacted, it's not all of them. So Wexner's name appears here, as well as Brunel, but as CoffeeZilla mentioned, he's dead. He's already burning in hell right now. But Wexner, this was someone that they grand jury subpoenaed, seemingly, and I don't think I've heard a peep about any kind of consequences or justice being served over there, or any kind of like pursuit on analyzing his connections here to all this, even though he is here in one of the emails here about being a co-conspirator. What happened there? The well ran dry or something? Like, it turns out he was completely innocent? That seems kind of hard to believe. That'd be a surprising, shocking twist, more so than a fucking Darman video. I don't know about that. That seems a little fishy. And again, why are other names here blacked out? Why are co-conspirators being protected? Why aren't their identities being revealed? Food for thought.
And you can see at the bottom, this is from the FBI New York. When you get a chance, give me an update on the status of the 10 co-conspirators. This is really bad to know that we knew as early as 2019 the right people to target, and yet our FBI, who's had evidence of this the entire time, or leads on it, has declined to prosecute, right? Because this is what the FBI now tells us. Oh, don't bother. Don't worry about it. That's what they wanted us to believe in July. Fast forward to December, we find out there's 10 guys that they knew about since like 6 years ago. You know, it's insane.
It is insane, because their position has been like, oh, there was nothing actionable in there, so, you know, stop asking us. Just pipe down. We're busy covering shit up. Stop asking questions, has basically been the philosophy. Our hands are tied. There was nothing. It's all a hoax. Actually, no, the files are on Pam Bondi's desk. No, the files don't exist. It's all a hoax. Wait, actually, here's a ton of fucking files. Nothing's actionable, though. And according to Cash Patel, it was just Jeffrey Epstein. Nobody else. Why? It doesn't go deeper than that. That's it. Case closed. It's a fucking mess. It's a complete circus. And now that we have this kind of information out there, it's even more sickening to know that they are just blatantly protecting these pedophiles, these evil people that engaged in unthinkably heinous actions. They are still getting away with it. And they know, and have known since 2019 apparently, that there are others out there, still at large, and are just not doing anything about it, and would instead rather lie, saying, oh, there's nothing actionable or anything. Yeah, there was really nothing in there at all. In fact, it was all make-believe. In fact, Jeffrey Epstein was never real in the first place. Jeffrey Epstein was the friends made along the way. What are you guys talking about? It's so absurd. It is downright diabolical. The corruption is so blatant, it is right in your face. And even when we are getting drip-fed the tiniest tiddlywinks of information about this case that have been heavily redacted, mind you, we are still seeing just how depraved this is. There is so much evidence that they can't even sweep it all under the rug. We are still finding just how bad this is. Now just imagine what they're keeping from you and covering up, and what they've already probably burned and fucking snapped out of existence. And imagine if they actually did follow the rules here and only redact victim information. Just imagine how many people we could point to as blatantly corrupt and needing to be thrown in jail. For the last 6 years, having this kind of information and not acting on it, and to this day, having so many people in the highest levels of government denying its existence and trying to pretend that it's all fucking phony baloney, make-believe, dirty barnacles, horseradish, it's a hoax, it's not real, that kind of thing. Can you imagine if this information did actually properly release with only victims' information redacted?
Even over here, we see that in one of the lawsuits, I believe this is with Maxwell, the government actually wanted to refer to people at trial as co-conspirators of the defendant, aka Maxwell, for the purposes of a rule, and then they say Jeffrey Epstein, and then there are two names listed there who are going to be listed as co-conspirators. Again, who are those people? We were told that the only co-conspirator now is Maxwell, and if you don't believe that, you're crazy, you're a conspiracy theorist. But back in 2020, this was a idea not just promulgated by wackos, it was promulgated by who? The FBI themselves, the Department of Justice. Look at this. Co-conspirator question transcript. This is from USA NYS. They say, question, when Jeffrey Epstein died, a lot of people asked who's next. Is the government going to hold people who are accused of helping him recruit these girls? Are they going to hold them accountable? And then the answer is, well, I'll note that the original charges against Jeffrey Epstein contained a conspiracy charge, and we allege that there were conspirators involved. Jeffrey Epstein couldn't have done what he did without the assistance of others, and I can assure you that our investigation is moving forward, except I guess not.
Yeah, that investigation hit a brick wall. That investigation went off the tracks and fell into a fucking nitroglycerin facility and just blew up, because that shit has not been pursued clearly. As CoffeeZilla mentions, this idea of there being more than just Epstein and Maxwell, the highest level of authority has been saying, you're crazy if you believe that, you are falling for, you know, nonsense fairy tale garbage. But even the FBI years ago was saying the same things internally here. And even agreeing that it couldn't have been done alone. They were even moving to call other people associated with this co-conspirators. Information redacted on those names there. But they knew certain individuals to target for this that they were going to be looking into with the investigation and assuring them that the investigation is moving forward on these co-conspirators, and then it doesn't. Why did it magically stop? What happened? What changed? And why, if all of this information is still at the government's fingertips, do they continue to lie and pretend as though it doesn't exist and that there's nothing here at all that the public didn't already know? They've already given out justice by sending Maxwell to a summer camp. You know, that's all they can do. That's the only power they can muster here.
And what's even more concerning is our president also seems concerned with the wrong people.
The victims were protesting that too many of them were redacted.
I know there are a lot of people that are angry about all of the pictures of other people, you know, but I think it's terrible. Look, I like Bill Clinton. I've always gotten along with Bill Clinton. I've been nice to him. He's been nice to me. We've always gotten along. Respect him. I hate to see photos come out of him, but this is what the Democrats, mostly Democrats, and a couple of bad Republicans are asking for, so they give me their photos of me too. Everybody was friendly with this guy. I think it's a terrible thing. I think Bill Clinton's a big boy. He can handle it, but you probably have pictures being exposed of other people that innocently met Jeffrey Epstein years ago, many years ago.
What an interesting perspective. That is a fascinating thing for him to harp on so much about, like, well, we got to think about all the innocent people that met with Jeffrey Epstein. You know, that's what we should be focusing on, and how damaging and how traumatizing this must be for them, those innocent people that hung out with Jeffrey Epstein. You know, all the lawyers and bankers and all of them. Heart breaks for them. Bill Clinton, I can't believe he got wrapped up in this. Love that guy. This is a crazy set of circumstances. He's a big boy, though. Side note, Bill Clinton apparently just put out a statement this afternoon saying release the entirety of the files. So Bill Clinton's like, just do it, pussy. That was a crazy twist I certainly didn't expect, because I can't imagine a world where Bill Clinton isn't also wrapped up in this shit. I think that guy is beyond guilty. I bet he had a whole fucking lodge named after him on Epstein's Island. Like, I find it hard to believe that somehow he'd walk out of this squeaky clean. Sounds like mutually assured destruction here, and Bill Clinton's just throwing his meat on the table, challenging him to do so, and I guess we'll see how it all shakes out from there. The thing is, that CoffeeZilla is pointing out, Trump's focus is more about, like, there's innocent people here, we have to keep in mind, think of the innocent multi-millionaire and billionaires that didn't know Jeffrey Epstein for all the bad stuff, they just knew him for cracking jokes and stuff, and, you know, being a guy, being one of the dudes. Like, why is that what you're focusing on? Why wouldn't you instead be focusing on trying to catch all of the people that have just completely been swept under the rug? Why would that not be the focus? Why instead would you be pretending none of this is real, it's all a hoax? That's very peculiar. I think that's pretty concerning. And when you do have an opportunity to release the files, why are they so heavily redacted with hundreds and hundreds of pages completely blacked out? That looks very guilty. That looks like a really big admission of guilt.
Now, I'll be honest, he gets off track from here, but the point he was making is that those poor, innocent, bankers who were meeting with Epstein, the poor lawyers who were meeting with Epstein, like all of Epstein's friends are just caught up in this unfortunate thing. And it's just such a reversal of what previously the DOJ and FBI believed. In fact, they believed it so much that they got a federal search warrant for the SDNY, and they got it, and part of the seizable data, part of the stuff that they commanded them to seize as part of the search warrant, and part of it says evidence concerning the identity or location of co-conspirators of Jeffrey Epstein, including Blank and Ghislaine Maxwell. So again, who is Blank? Well, they keep redacting the names of these co-conspirators uncharged, remember, and now they're saying we have no evidence to charge anybody. Clearly, they had evidence for a search warrant, and it's just completely ridiculous that some of this stuff is redacted and that we're viewing the rich and powerful people who are mentioned as the victims here.
Once again, just further evidence that they are indeed scrubbing the name of co-conspirators. These are not victims or minors that they are taking the names out of here. Thus, they are breaking the rules of how this is supposed to go. It is blatant, this cover-up. There is no world where that is somehow a victim there, yet their name has been redacted. Why? Why are they hiding the co-conspirators' identities? It's fucking outrageous. And people should be very mad about this. But I have no doubt, again, it's 5 a.m. right now, so I haven't seen like the full response to all of this now being out there, but I know there's going to be people that are butt-chugging the Kool-Aid to such an unbelievable degree that the delusion has fully taken hold, that they're going to go through these mental gymnastics to explain why, actually, there's nothing fishy going on here, this is totally normal, they did everything by the book, and you're making a mountain out of a molehill. Clearly the most transparent administration in American history at work here, obviously. Which just, again, you have so much evidence to prove that this is not by the book here. This is indeed a co-conspirator's name and many other examples of co-conspirators' names being redacted. Not victims, not minors. Unless they're trying to say that these names here are victims, these people that are potentially co-conspirators of Epstein, they're also victims. And in that case, you need to be institutionalized ASAP if that's what you think. That is a fucking crazy take, but I guess it's not the most outrageous thing to picture someone believing when you have someone like Trump who continues to just drive that point home, where it seems like he's not even really focused on the actual victims of Epstein and all of his clients. He's instead more focused on like, oh, the innocent guys, we used to, go watch the ball game together with Jeffrey Epstein. They had no idea, and my heart breaks for them. Oh, Bill Clinton, playing a song on my world's smallest violin. Like, he's just constantly bringing up, like, oh, so many innocent people. They're getting wrapped up in all this Epstein hoopla. I can't believe we're still talking about it. You're a bad person if you're talking about it, which is something he did say, by the way, not too long ago. I highly recommend you go check out the rest of CoffeeZilla's video. He also gives you the tutorial on how you can get your hands on these files as well to check them all for yourself. Now, after combing through them, there were some other big eyebrow-raising moments. One of them, CoffeeZilla also tweeted out. This is from a U.S. attorney who wrote in 2020, Donald Trump traveled on Epstein's private jet many more times than previously has been reported or that we were aware, including during the period we would expect to charge in a Maxwell case. And then it concludes with, on 2 other flights, 2 of the passengers respectively were women who would be possible witnesses in a Maxwell case. We've just finished reviewing the full records, more than 100 pages of very small script, and didn't want any of this to be a surprise down the road. I noticed Trump's name in quite a few documents in this most recent volume. This has been one that is obviously pretty interesting because it's talking about his frequent flyer miles that he was accumulating with old Epstein Airlines, about how he had flown on the airlines far more than they had thought at the time. Now, whether that's before or after all the flight logs, which does show Trump flying on the planes quite a bit, I don't know. Maybe there's more that weren't on the flight logs. I'm not sure. Again, all of this is still brand new. And I guess as more gets combed through, we'll get more and more information. But like I said, I have been glued to this for hours now. And I really just wanted to yap about it because there is some crazy shit in here. This is, finally, for the first time in a long time, big new information in regards to this case and people involved in it, and exposing a blatant cover-up of very important information from these files. Now, it's very late in the evening, and all of this is still very fresh. I have no doubt there will be a lot more that comes from this, so I'm just going to try and keep my finger on the pulse of it. I already have no doubt there will be a large number of people that'll plug their ears to it and downplay the significance. I already saw a crazy tweet from some psychopath named Mila. I have no idea who this troglodyte is, but they are now already singing a different tune about why does anyone care about the Epstein files, which is something that was previously tried. Now, in the wake of all of this, it's being dusted off to try again. I truly hope there won't come a time where people start to say that this isn't a big deal, that this isn't something people should care about. This is a massive deal, and everyone should care about this because it implicates the people that control your life. The people in the highest level of power in this country that are actively making decisions on your life and how everything unfolds in this country. And if the people that are in these positions are these evil pedophiles that have been getting away with these crimes, and there's a huge problem there. They need to be held accountable and face justice. You shouldn't want to be ruled and controlled by people that were Epstein clients. I don't know how insane people have become recently. Now they are with a straight face trying to say that Epstein isn't something you should care about. Get over it. That blows my mind. Mila Joy, I suppose, gets her joy from the suffering of children and does so with a big smile on her face. She doesn't care that children were being trafficked and raped by potentially the most powerful people in this country. She doesn't care. She doesn't want them unmasked or thrown in jail. She couldn't care less about that. That's pretty fucking unhinged, Mila. All I can do is cross my fingers and hope and pray that there's not a ton of people with a poisoned, smooth brain like she has. I am hoping there's sensible people out there that are seeing all of this unfold in real time and finally having that come to Jesus moment, that eureka moment of, wow, there's something very, very bad afoot here. But anyway, I'll stop for
shit,
now.
dude.
I guess we'll see what else comes from Volume 8 here of the Epstein Files. A huge hats off to everyone that...
Fuck, dude.
The FBI just accidentally released 11,000 Jeffrey Epstein files that they hadn't publicly put out yet, but we got access to them. And at the end of this video, I'm going to show you how to access them. Here's what that looks like. It's volume 8 of the files.
Jesus.
You can see right now, at least 7 data sets. And so myself, the guys at Jmail, and the guys at Dropsite, we've been investigating this. I've partnered with them to kind of look at some of these files. And they got access to volume 8 early. You would just type it in the URL. It wasn't like indexable on search, but you could just type in the specific URL and it would just come up. You could download the entire zip file, and that's what we did. We've been looking through it. I want to go over some of it because I believe some of what we've seen directly contradicts the FBI statement that, oh, there's no evidence, or we did not uncover evidence that could predicate an investigation against uncharged third parties. That's what they told us, right? They said, we've already looked through the files. You don't need to see the files back in July. Of course, all the pressure has made them now start releasing some of this stuff. And we believe that this was slated for release, but remember, they weren't going to release all the files yet. They had to hold some back. Well, we believe that these 11,000 files are part of what they held back, because clearly they aren't out, and clearly they were ready, because a lot of these are redacted. I mean, already you can see we found several files that were, once again, over 100 pages of redacted information. So it was all ready to be released. It's unclear why it wasn't. But let me caveat before we get into the material that this is a breaking story, and as such, I'm sure there's going to be some pieces of information that we are interpreting or trying to interpret live. And because of that, I want to warn you to withhold your judgment on some of this stuff until we get more evidence. I'm sure the president's going to be asked about some of this stuff. I'm sure Todd Blanche, Pam Bondi, they're going to get asked about this because it is extremely damning, I think, what we see in some of this. Specifically, I want to draw your attention immediately to the 10 co-conspirators that are mentioned in some of these emails in 2019. Now, this is just alarming stuff because prior to this, remember that all we really had was Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. That's the only people who have ever faced any charges at all. Ghislaine Maxwell, the only one who actually faced consequences, right? But in 2019, apparently there were 10 co-conspirators. Now, the people who were sending this to and from have been blacked out, but at the bottom we see that this is the Violent Crime Section, Crimes Against Human Trafficking Unit. And we can see that of the 10 co-conspirators, 3 have been located in Florida, served grand jury subpoenas, 1 in Boston, 1 in New York City, 1 in Connecticut were served. 4 out of the 10 are outstanding with attempts having been made. What is a wealthy businessman in Ohio? A lead is being sent to CV, and the remaining 3 are currently out of pocket. This is stunning stuff. Previously, we did not know how many co-conspirators were suspected of, or I'm not aware of anything like that. And additionally, some of the details on this are revealed later because we see this subject line. It says co-conspirators at the top. And it says blank does not need to head out. We made contact with blank last night in New York City. Blank last night in New York. Contact was made with blank, blank, and blank. By the way, I love how these potential co-conspirators are people who are being blacked out. Like, why? I thought the whole point of this was you couldn't redact people for personal information reasons or for public embarrassment. You could only redact on the basis of it being a victim, and I'm not sure how these people could possibly be victims here.
Epstein Files Transparency Act prohibits redactions, quote, on the basis of embarrassment, reputational harm, or political sensitivity. Has anything been redacted on that basis?
Absolutely, positively not.
But anyways, you can see that it says attempts were made to blank and Brunel, that's Jean-Luc Brunel, the famous who's now dead. Blank is confirmed to live in New York, was away for the holiday weekend. We did not have a good address, but an attempt was made in New York. Attempts are made to Maxwell today. Blank, you get it. Like, it's all the people they suspected this whole time are redacted.
Guys, be right back, sorry.
redacted, of course. And they say, I do not know about Ohio contacting Wexner. Now, that's
My bad, guys.
Les Wexner, the former CEO of Victoria's Secret. This is huge. We've long suspected that he was, of course, one of the co-conspirators. And obviously, the fact the FBI suspected it isn't a 100% proof confirmation. But clearly, they were serving grand jury subpoenas. I mean, that must be who they're talking about, one wealthy businessman in Ohio, because later it's confirmed by this whole idea of Ohio contacting Wexner. And you can see at the bottom, this is from the FBI New York. When you get a chance, give me an update on the status of the 10 co-conspirators. This is really bad to know that we knew as early as 2019 the right people to target, and yet our FBI, who's had evidence of this the entire time, or leads on it, has declined to prosecute, right? Because this is what the FBI now tells us. Oh, don't bother. Don't worry about it. That's what they wanted us to believe in July. Fast forward to December, we find out there's 10 guys that they knew about since like 6 years ago. You know, it's insane. Even over here, we see that in one of the lawsuits, I believe this is with Maxwell, the government actually wanted to refer to people at trial as co-conspirators of the defendant, aka Maxwell, for the purposes of a rule. And then they say Jeffrey Epstein, and there are two names listed there who are going to be listed as co-conspirators. Again, who are those people? We were told that the only co-conspirator now is Maxwell, and if you don't believe that, you're crazy, you're a conspiracy theorist. But back in 2020, this was a idea not just promulgated by wackos, it was promulgated by who? The FBI themselves, the Department of Justice. Look at this. Co-conspirator question transcript. This is from USA NYS. They say, question, when Jeffrey Epstein died, a lot of people ask, who's next? Is the government going to hold people who are accused of helping him recruit these girls? Are they going to hold them accountable? And then the answer is, well, I'll note that the original charges against Jeffrey Epstein contained a conspiracy charge, and we allege that there were conspirators involved. Jeffrey Epstein couldn't have done what he did without the assistance of others, and I can assure you that our investigation is moving forward, except I guess not. Against everyone except for Ghislaine Maxwell, it got killed. Like, Ghislaine Maxwell was the only one who faced justice, right? Except then she got moved to Club Fed, to this nice prison, right? And by the way, that whole interesting interview we saw happen with Todd Blanche, Trump's former defense lawyer. So he got grilled on Meet the Press about his relationship. Why did Ghislaine Maxwell go to this nicer prison immediately afterwards? And while he declines to comment on it, there's something very interesting.
Why was she moved just days after you interviewed her, Mr. Page?
That's a Bureau of Prison Security issue that I will not talk about.
Did you have anything to do with it? Did you have anything to do with it?
Let me think. First of all, I am responsible for the Bureau of Prison. So every decision that they make lands on my desk to the extent it needs to. But just let me talk about the security issue. At the time that I met Ms. Maxwell, there was a tremendous amount of scrutiny and publicity towards her, and the institution she was in, she was suffering numerous threats against her life. So the BOP is not only responsible for putting people in jail and making sure they stay in jail, but also for their safety.
All right, so he's like, yeah, that's crazy. No, I'm not going to talk about that. But every decision lands on my desk. I mean, eventually he goes on to say that, oh, she was in so much danger. We were worried about her safety as a prisoner. I just got to say, there's a lot of concern about Ghislaine Maxwell. All of a sudden, I don't know where that came from. There's not a lot of concern about these conspirators that I guess we've swept under the rug, that we don't care about anymore since 2019. Guess we knew about them and didn't care. And what's even more concerning,
This is fucking crazy.
also seems concerned with the wrong people. Like, while Todd Blanche is concerned about Ghislaine Maxwell's safety and well-being, you've got Trump concerned about the people who are going to be unfairly implicated in the Jeffrey Epstein files, rather than worrying about how to catch the people that we obviously let go through the cracks.
The victims were protesting that too many of them were redacted.
I know there are a lot of people that are angry about all of the pictures of other people, you know, but I think it's terrible. Look, I like Bill Clinton. I've always gotten along with Bill Clinton. I've been nice to him. He's been nice to me. We've always gotten along. Respect him. I hate to see photos come out of him, but this is what the Democrats, mostly Democrats, and a couple of bad Republicans are asking for. So they're giving their photos of me, too. Everybody was friendly with this guy. I think it's a terrible thing. I think Bill Clinton's a big boy. He can handle it. But you probably have pictures being exposed of other people that innocently met Jeffrey Epstein years ago, many years ago,
Now, I'll be honest, he gets off track from here, but the point he was making is that those poor, innocent, you know, bankers who were meeting with Epstein, the poor lawyers who were meeting with Epstein, like all of Epstein's friends are just caught up in this unfortunate thing. And it's just such a reversal of what previously the DOJ and FBI believed. In fact, they believed it so much that they got a federal search warrant for the SDNY, and they got it, and part of the seizable data, part of the stuff that they commanded them to seize as part of the search warrant, which, by the way, I think you need some kind of standard of evidence for. I'm not a lawyer, you guys can chime in, but you can't just get a search warrant without some kind of evidence that you believe there's a crime that's been committed. And part of it says evidence concerning the identity or location of co-conspirators of Jeffrey Epstein, including Blank and Ghislaine Maxwell. So again, who is Blank? Well, they keep redacting the names of these co-conspirators, uncharged, remember, and now they're saying we have no evidence to charge anybody. Clearly, they had evidence for a search warrant, and it's just completely ridiculous that some of this stuff is redacted and that we're viewing the rich and powerful people who are mentioned as the victims here. Now, that's all I want to talk about for now. Remember, this is a developing story, so there's, I'm sure, going to be more evidence that comes out. I will try to keep you updated. I'm probably going to cover more of this stuff in the future because there's so much here. But I had to get this out while it was basically not public yet. I mean, I think it's eventually going to be public. When, we don't know. But you can access all of it at jmail.world. I'll leave a link in the description. They have a special, like, live, the original site, which is like email that you log into Jeffrey Epstein. Now they've made it like the entire Google account, so you can log into his Drive folder and all that kind of stuff. It's fun, it's a great UI, but more importantly, it makes it all very searchable, and you can look at it. I think you'll all really enjoy it. I also want to give a special shout out to the Drop Site team, and finally, we just uploaded on CoffeeZilla. I don't like to upload the same day on both channels because it kind of cannibalizes views. This is such a breaking story that I decided to break my rule. But if you could go, please give it a watch. It's a really good a lot of time on, and I'd appreciate it. Yeah, thank you. I'm gonna go get some sleep.
The remaining enemies must not report back to their command. Eliminate everyone. Try and capture another signal. Be careful, though. The enemy has surely rallied stronger reinforcements. have control of all 4 towers. Message decoded. Leave none alive. Clear out the remaining enemy forces.
Nice.
From little things, big things grow, dreamers. I believe in you all.
Good work today. Not only have we
It is time. I will teach these trespassers the redemptive power of my Yanis key. They will learn its simple truth.
terminal. Get me in and get ready to defend. I'm in, Tenno. This will take a moment. Still working on it. Continue to defend. Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching. Area completed. Move on. You've got to find a terminal. Proceed and prepare. Location reached. Drop me in and defend our position. I'm in, Tenno. This will take a moment.
What's up, Sasuke? Sasuke Shisha?
Still working on it. Continue to
Shib. Finally, yeah, what's up? Were you waiting for me or something? Grinding, yeah. I mean, it's more fun than anything. Why? Do you play Warframe, buddy? Bud?
We are finished here. Move on. Terminal spotted.
What's your main?
And prepare to defend. I'm in, Tenno. This will take a moment.
If you say Saren Prime, you're banned from the chat. You're grinding Nyx? I don't know Nyx that much. Rhino? Okay, you're good, you're good. You pass. What's your rank?
Still working on it. Continue to defend.
Okay, you just started the game recently.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
Or did you? I don't know. Yeah, okay. Well, I can show you how to build if you want. I'm really good with. I mean, there's definitely better people than me. I'm more of a like an amateur. But I have an old piece, the old piece quest. Okay. I've already forgot them. I'm not gonna lie. I already forgot what you need to do in the main story to like unlock everything. Do you have the stealth path? I assume this is to access the stealth path. Alright. I'll show you my build. I want to show you my builds. I love... Oh my god, this is... Dude, if only I can get a legendary core for one time. I did Lotus Eaters, but it didn't unlock. Maybe there's something more now. I don't know. Let me see. Whoa, capital letter. Let me leave the group in case they start another mission. Yeah, for sure, dude. What's your name? How do I add you? Wait. 100%. We gotta find you though. Just send your name on the chat. I'll add you. Okay, can you answer me this? Is the text on the stream, like, you know how it's white, is it visible? Doesn't seem like really, like it's, doesn't look really visible. Let me try to make it bigger, maybe. Ah, this looks better. Okay, it was just a question of size. Do you think white is fitting? Alright, you send your name. I don't know why YouTube has like a big delay. It's good. Why did it... Can I farm with you? Yeah. It didn't send your name on YouTube. The fuck? I'll just copy it from the... It's Mustafa XMX59. Mustafa. Alright. Oh, dude. Mustafa XMX. Why didn't work? 69. Nice one, dude. Is it a T? Mustafa. I don't think it's gonna work. Okay, there we go. I probably typo. Let's go! I wanted to play with someone. Nobody wants to play with me. All my friends, at least. Finally! I was waiting for someone, and now it's like, okay, well, I guess I'm just gonna play with randoms. Now we're gonna be able to play, like, directly. I'm just gonna update the chat. Streamlab. Exit. I'll reduce the size to whoops. Transparency we're gonna increase to 50. Select. We're gonna put pink. We're gonna I accepted you. Alright. Alright, pull up, buddy. Just don't say the N-word in the chat, please. I don't trust a lot of people with streams. They usually go crazy. I know it's weird to say, but you never know. Sometimes there's some bullshit going on. Height 500. We'll make a square. Save. There you go. Thank you very much, buddy. Just give me 2 seconds so I... Why is it... 505, 505. There you go. And now we have the chat, which is really big. Yeah, sorry, dude. I just like to, like... What do you think about the pink? Is it weird? Right. Just customizing it. Should I add another Christmas decoration? You don't know? Let me try another color. Not you're paying the color of the chat. Okay, let's try this. A tree? Like this one right here? Ooh! It's all AI slop. I honestly don't have any artists to help me with my shit, so I just use AI. Not really the best. You know, like it's not... People don't usually like people using AI, but I just, like, I cannot do much. Alright. There you go. Now we're gonna lower it a bit. That looks clean. That looks way cleaner. We're just gonna rearrange the... Yep, I'll invite you. So what do you need? Relics? What kind of resources? I'm really open to anything. I want to see your build. I absolutely want to see your build. Alright, so your Rhino is your main Warframe. Could you do something for me really quick with your Rhino? Like, go on your Rhino Prime. Go on Upgrade. And click right here. I want to see. I'm really curious to see, like, people's config. Absolutely want to see. I like to see. Hey, why is there Christmas decoration underneath? Christmas hat. There we go. Okay, I need to generate another Christmas decoration for the stream. ChatGPT. So you like to be a tank? Oh, there you go. Okay, yeah, you really don't have a lot of mods. Let me give you some. Do you have trade unlock? I'll give you some mods. You don't even have arcanes also. Can I give you arcanes? I wonder. Is it tradable? The trade unlock is when I can send you like stuff, so it boosts you a little bit. Alright. Yeah, I absolutely want to give you stuff. I'm gonna help you out. Alright. Oh, it didn't work? No! How? Don't have access to the... Oh, there you go. Never mind. Where are you? What do you think about... I know it's like not the best looking dojo, but it's... You know, it's a dojo, I guess. Where are you? You're in the thing? You're almost rank 7, which is good. Oh, loading? Alright. I'm gonna see where... Oh, I saw you in the map. What does it says? You in this comeback dojo? That's so cool. Yeah, I guess... Oh, there you go. Oh, you have the trade unlock. Okay. You need good mods. Like, really good mods. Can I trade you arcanes? Item? I can! Not this one. Let me give you. It's not really. There's nothing that's really useful. No, keep that. I don't need your stuff. I want to give you stuff. Let me just find what it, this is not bad. Around shrubland. Do I have 2 of them? Wait, let me see. The fuck? Reinforce. Rhino Stomp Augment. Iron Skin is replenished by 4% for each enemy affected. Rhino Stomp Augment. Okay, I have one that is not... Okay, take that. I'm gonna give you another one. I need to go buy another one, another mod, so I don't give you the one I have like maxed out. Frost. What's my build? What did I put? You have stretch. It's really good. You do, but it's not leveled up. Okay. Fiber. Do you have Rhino Prime? You're giving... Hey! What? I put the mod. Okay. Not mods. I'm gonna give you... What part of Rhino Prime do you have? Prime is hard to get. It's probably really expensive. Let me see the platinum amount. You're gonna see how expensive it is. It's around 70 platinum. Okay, well, it's just you just have you will just need can I have credit too? I don't think I can give you credit. But we can go grind credit. Ah, fuck. We need to get you credit. Okay, wait. Clear? What? No, I don't want to put pets now. Okay, I'm not gonna give you that. Okay, we need to get you credit. Fuck. You're poor. You are poor. All right. I'm gonna invite you. We're gonna do some credit. Do you have a Neptune unlocked? I don't think you need Neptune to be unlocked. Yeah, you're poor. We need to get you money. Okay, we have a big problem because the big problem is to participate, you need 30,000 minimum. So this is gonna be a problem. Pretty much. Which is frustrating. Yeah, it's like a gamble, but with me it's not, because I'm gonna make you win each time because I know how to play the game. But like you bet money, and if you win, you get 2 times or 3 times the amount or something. I don't remember exactly. So we're gonna be playing. I'm gonna use I'm gonna use the best Warframe to increase loot drop. This guy right here. Okay, swap. And after that, we're gonna get you Rhino Prime. What's the last piece you need? So, wait. I have... Where's the fucking... fucker? It's not the Eversong, it's... former account. There it is. How much play? Probably 600? Something like that? Uh, 1,000 hours in game. Not bad. People have more usually. Oh, how much play? How much play you have? So you need Rubedo. Wait, let me check. Okay, all the Rhino parts are limited. So we need to get you... Wait. Inventory. So if you have this, you need the Neuroptic. How much is Neuroptic? Jesus fucking Christ. People are not generous. Neuroptic is 3 plat. Online in game. Unit price. Wait, let me try to buy you the Neuroptic really quick. I'll buy you the full set so you can craft it. After that, we're gonna grind to craft it. Oh, someone is selling it for 5 plat. No, dude. You need Warframe. You need the motherfucker. Okay. Let me get all the parts, and then after that we're gonna start playing. Warframe, Rhino. No, not this one. This one? Rhino. Okay. You need... this one. Roar augment. Roar gains 40% range. Enemies within 50 meters are not down with suffer from 5% puncture. Oh, this is not bad if you want to boost your ally, especially because Roar, you, in case you don't know, it boosts your DPS. Increase. Okay, I'll buy you. What is that? Rhino charge augment. HME. It's increase. This looks good. I'll buy you that also. I'll give you that and that, and after that we're gonna build your Rhino. Damn. The guy doesn't answer. Okay, well, while they're I'm gonna send a bunch of like, we're gonna be playing and making credit. I'm gonna need to go in normal mode. Sorry for like the whole like, how many relics do you have? No, it's only 5 plat. It's only 5 platinum. Or 10, whatever. It's not expensive. And after that you have the full set. Yeah, what's your relics? Do you have a lot of lit? Meso, Neo, Axie? You have a lot? Good. Okay, if you have lit, we can do defense in Corpus or survival. I like the long mission. It also gives more resources in general than the really quick mission. So, or we can go higher on Meso and try to do... Oh, we don't have any long mission here, but we have Interception and Neo. If you have like at least 5 of them, that would be nice. lit. You have 17? Alright, let's do defense. So, what you do is you equip for the nerds. Honestly, wait. Jazz. This is not even corpus. I'm just gonna. This is good. Now I'm gonna equip Nerd Killer. It's not really. The only difference with this guy is this mod. And we had this. Okay, now I'm gonna start. I'm gonna stop yapping and we're gonna start the mission. Nerd Killer. Nerd Driller. While he's away for a second, we're gonna find his part offline. All right. Ready when you are. When you're gonna get Forma, keep them for your Rhino Prime, and we're gonna build your Rhino Prime afterwards.
Our position has been compromised. Defend the cargo until reinforcements arrive. Watch out. I'm detecting void fissures nearby. Do you have a matching relic?
Void Fissure. Yep. So they updated the defense mission. Instead of being 5 rounds, which took a long time, it's now only... oh yeah, they're level 10. Damn, I'm gonna be slipping. Damn, they're level 10, dude. I forgot. It's gonna... I'm just going on them and they die.
That's it. You opened the relic. Finish your mission and we'll take a look inside.
Okay, well, while this is going, I'm gonna generate a decoration for Christmas. Alright, let's go back on my chat. Do you have a good computer? What's your spec? Like I'm just vibing. I'm just there, jumping around. This is This is, yeah, this is really low-level enemies. I just cannot... It's not a fight, it's just a... They just get smelted instantly when I just pass towards them. I believe you should have 5,000 on you right now. 5,000 or 4,000.
Reinforcements available. Do you choose to leave now or continue fighting?
3, 2, 1. Happy New Year! Oh, this is a new one. Save I got Prime.
Keep fighting. Another opportunity to extract will appear soon.
How much money did you make so far? Credit if you prefer. On your Atomy, what is an Atomy? Yeah, I don't know what is an Atomy cycle. I'm sorry. Wait, what the fuck? What the fuck? How do you get that? How do you have a car? I mean, a motorcycle. The fuck? That's the Atomy cycle? How? This is kind of cool, but the fuck? No, I don't think I need the X. Bro, what the hell? That's kind of funny. I was so locked in doing my fucking, you know.
Extraction is ready. Unless you can handle more of the enemy.
All right. Another one, just to make sure you have enough money. Oh, what a loser. Wow. He's leaving us. I can't believe it.
Continue to defend.
Right now I have 21,000. So I'm gonna assume you have either 10 or 9,000 because I have a double credit. Oh, I don't have a double credit actually. It's an affinity blessing. That means you should have around 20,000 also. After that, we're gonna do the decks, not the decks, the thing to like, you know, like get a bunch of credits and shit. Me show ability, bike ability. Yeah, I don't know what your bike does, but it's just kind of funny that you have a fucking bike in the middle of a mission. Usually you have that when you're in the plane or shit like that. But I guess you have it in a closed field. I like how I don't even have the highest damage. The highest damage is the guy with rank 10. But to be fair, I don't even try right now. I'm not sweating this. I don't think I can. Nope. Where? It's not gonna work. I already tried. You mean I can try again, but it's not gonna work. Me show.
Do you choose to leave now or continue fighting?
Okay, she's so goofy. It's so fucking goofy. Oh boy. Sure, dude. All right, we're dipping. Oh. Okay, now we have money. How much do you have? You should have enough. If you don't, I'm gonna crash the fuck out. Gears, yeah. I don't have it. I'm telling you, like I don't have your thing. I have a lot of codex, which are almost completely useless now, because you can just X on plants and shit. Codex. Go to Codex. I don't even remember where is that. This? Yeah, missions. Training quest.
Operator, my foundry system has completed a build.
Side quest. No, I'm not gonna do the X. I'm telling you right now. It's not. It doesn't interest me. Main quest. The X. Wow.
Ordis has been counting stars, operator. All accounted for.
Oh, I have to do it eventually? Okay, well, I'll eventually do it, but not now. The whisper in the walls. The sacrifice. The war within. The archwing. I'm not gonna do any quest. I'm gonna do it on my free time. Alright, you say you have 80,000? It doesn't interest me at all, like I'm not interested. I want to play. I want to have fun. I want to listen to a story. I don't really care, you know? Okay, so here's the rules. We have both goals, right? Each goals, well, they need to be defended. Basically, you need to go on the other side. That being said, if you have coins, I would advise to not score if you only have 1 or 2. Wait until you have at least 10 and then score. So the interest adds up. We also have a timer. If the timer runs out, well, whoever has the most point wins, but we don't cash in our stuff, you know? Also, when you get points, you get reduced energy regeneration. Actually, you get the opposite. You lose energy per second. And you also... Is that a Warframe? Fuck, dude. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, I'm gonna die, I'm gonna die. So you see right now we have 50 seconds left to score. Because otherwise the countdown is gonna last. It's gonna lose. It's gonna go down. Whoa! 30 seconds. I'll try to get another point and 20 seconds. Pretty risky, I'm not gonna lie. 15 seconds. Okay, you know what? I think I'm just gonna score. There we go. So you see the point is back to normal. And we need to make sure this score stays, this number of seconds stays high. Oh, that's a lot of points. 12. So, personally, my rule of thumb is to wait until I have 20. Because after 20, the interest doesn't add up anymore. Okay. I have 14 points. I got 16. Shall I cash in or not? That's the real question. Okay, I got 21. Go, 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 go. You see, now I have 21. So if I cash in, the interest is going to add up and add even more seconds. Which do a total of like 250 seconds. So it's really good. So now we have a lot of time. And also we have a big advantage. All right. Okay. 7 points, that's good. $74 points. The problem is we don't do a lot of interest. Okay. 10 points. Oh, hey! Hey! 15? Shit. Okay, so there's a bunch of point in the middle, and one of the fuckers just took it. I'm kinda getting slowed down. Where's the frame? Okay, is that our... No, that's you! I kinda fumbled the bag, as we say. So now we just made 250,000. And we need to do that like at least like 2 to 3 times so you have enough money so I can give you the pieces. Ah, that's fine. Don't worry. I'm gonna carry you. Damn, how are you supposed to... Okay, there we go. 13 points. $15. Only 5 more points and I can score. Where's the fucker? Alright, there's... Why am I so slow? I think it's the coins. They slow me down. I feel like a turtle. Oh, wow. Well. Damn, Dracor didn't even notice my coins have dropped. Well, I got most of them anyway. But where is it? Where did he die? Okay, I'm scoring that. Boom! Hey. Look at you. Look at you. Oh, hey! Motherfucker, just pass. No, one of the enemy. He scored on our goal. I saw it and honestly I didn't shoot. I should have you know. Oh, who died? Okay, I got 12 points. $14 points. $15. Only 5 more. It's usually at that time I get fucking one shot and shit. Hey, who scored 3 points? These fuckers in the other team. Oh! So if you check behind you, you're gonna see that I fucking die with all the coins. Okay, he's gonna score. Go score. Go score. He has 22. He has 22. Nice. He scored. Shit, I feel so slow. I just stole your coin like a little... a little... I don't know the name. Okay. Nice. I could score and finish, you know, but I feel like we should put more coins and I'm not sure what to do, honestly. I think we're gonna keep going. So you have a lot of money. One more. One more. It's never enough. It's never enough. Oh, that's the that's an eye. Oh, oh, hey. Hey, my coins! He took my coins! This silly goof. I'm just kidding. That's what we're gonna do. After you get your Rhino Prime, we're gonna make you overpower. Oh, I got 20. I got 20! Oof, oof, oof. Go, go. Yeah, we're gonna build you. I just want you to have a good Warframe. Because that's literally like your motherboard. Basically. I don't know if you're familiar with computer terms, but this is like the most important thing. I keep stealing his shit. Okay, I got 11 points. No! Oh, shit! It's like he's blind sometimes. He doesn't see like the coins on the floor. I don't understand why he doesn't pick up the coins when he sees it on the ground. Not that he like he's a good teammate. It's just I don't understand why Drag Core doesn't pick it up. I feel like it's a big risk. Oh, there's one here. Oh, that's Volt. What the fuck is he doing? Why is he turning in circle like that? Whatever. Nice. I just got a coin. I'm a 17. Ooh! Oh, I gotta be really fucking careful. I got 20. Go, 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 go. Go, go, go. Yeah! 700 seconds. Ouch. Yo, where's this son of a bitch? Okay, I'm gonna get cooked if I don't go away. Why am I... Is it this little... Oh, wow. Okay, so... Yeah, this is cooked. Only 12 points. Only 5 points. I got the 3 last point for the end. Alright. We're dipping, we're dipping, we're dipping. Alright, now I need to buy the last part, so give me 2 seconds. Alright. That's nothing. That's not even enough. If you think this is a lot, it's not. I'm waiting for the stupid answer from the guy. I'm just kidding. I don't know why I'm rude. Oh. Where is he? All right. I got it. Now we need to trade it. What do you want, bird? What do you want, little bird? I'm eating a bird right now. Such a good bird. I'm eating the bird right now. Such a good bird. All right. I got your shit, buddy. Pull up. Pull up. Ah. Buddy. Yeah, join. You're such a bird. You're such a little bird. That's what you are. All right, he's here. Oh, you're so small. Oh. You're a little bird. You're a little bird. In your little bird world. That's what you are. You're a little bird. Yes, you're a bird. Oh. Yes. All right. He's loading right now. There you are. Wait, do you have double credit? Alright, accept. I'm gonna be a little gritty bull. All right. Alright, guys, I need to go for like a while. I'm gonna go take a piss and do my things because I have things to do today. And after that, we're gonna be back on the game. Alright? Be right back. Holy fucking shit, dude. I think I've been gone for like 2 hours? Maybe 1 hour and some minutes. Okay. Let's go. Let's see what's going on YouTube. I know shit is going on with Trump. I think I'm gonna take... I gotta stop the stream to come back and say, oh, you know what? I'm done for the day. Honestly, yes, I'm kinda done. I'll play it like maybe tonight, later night. But I wanna play another game right now. I don't wanna stream it, so... Well guys, thank you for watching the stream. See you tomorrow or tonight.